All right, and yeah. What's it called? We're back again with more Ace Attorney. I put double sessions because, like, what's it called? I imagine we'll see, because I put double sessions just in case, like, we don't get a cliffhanger, so we don't get a cliffhanger partway through. In the sense where I don't want to wait, gosh knows how long, potentially. Well, yeah, I don't want to wait for the next part of the story. So we're doing a double session, well, yeah, today and tomorrow of this. It's not going to take like 6 hours for like the investigation portion and then 6 hours for the court case. I don't think the investigation will go that long. Maybe like 2 hours, maybe. We'll see, because like this last case was really long, like 6 hours, but it was also the first case mixed in with tutorial stuff. So we'll see. I read like the game is like 30 hours, like each half. So not each half. The adventures and resolve are both 30 hours long. So if there's 5 cases, 6 hours each case then, pretty much. That's how it divides up. So I guess it depends on reading speed. Or like whatever, so we'll see. Let's get right into it though. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Let's go. Or maybe 30 hours is the average if you read fast, I guess. We'll see.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with
we get Sholmes then, this time.
In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me.
Is this actually like an extract from the books?
The most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band.
Because if it was, then I get why it would be hard to get this game localized back then.
In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
9th January, 6:37 a.m. On board the steamship Buria. Buria? Okay, we get cutscenes every time then.
So then, let us unravel this mystery.
I like his voice.
What events led to this curious murder? Pray, do excuse me. The cabin
He's the most British guy as well.
Inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
It's a double murder, maybe.
Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you? And where have you come from?
Oh, okay, nice. He's here as well.
British consultant detective.
The
only one in the
inspector.
world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
For content. Ha. We'll see how difficult this case gets. We'll see how difficult it gets. It wasn't like last case wasn't that didn't have too much wrong with it, but we'll see. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Oh, what, is he inside the thing as well? Wait. I can't move. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, No, okay, it's the Russian guy. We had to drag you out the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Duh. We found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Okay, so Ryunosuke is like getting accused twice then, huh? Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is. No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Oh shit! Is he dead? Kazuma, wow, okay, fine. I had a feeling something would happen to him. Like, he'd either just go straight to Britain or he dies like Maya. Mia. Ha! You pretend you don't know. You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body. Man, he was cool. So he's just dead now. Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Sure you didn't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. Alright, things are already getting spicy. So Kazuma's dead now then. Shit. I liked him a lot. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when you brought your luggage in here earlier though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man when you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone of my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. Well, if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get a feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotaba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, shouldn't we? Couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No. But if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'd be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open a wardrobe for some reason? And I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what, why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. Ah, wait, so is my guy just asleep there the whole time? I don't know. 15 days? He'll just die in there. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. Is there a courtroom inside the ship, maybe? We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh. You said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare's getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. So Sholmes is gonna be like, yeah, the Gumshoe with, well, kind of like Gumshoe, but also mixed in with like Emma, since he seems he has technology. he really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be opened from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit can have escaped those four walls. These four walls. What? There was the keep out thing though, so there's no... Yeah, so we at least have some circumstantial evidence. The keep out thing on the wardrobe is impossible to put in from the inside. So he's locked inside his own wardrobe. Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody in this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until the expert has been consulted at the next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. So poison, maybe? Again? Would they do poison twice? Like, last case was poison, would they just throw poison in again? About the incident. Can't anyone tell me what happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something only you know the answer to, better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake up before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on his voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... Ah. Why is he writing in Russian, though? That was Kazuma-san, collapsed on the floor. Why is he writing in Russian, though? And the white tape here shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. So very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. How could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been possible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. Unless Kazuma's like got some big brain plan going on, where he planned his own death. I don't know. We'll see. Hey there, welcome to stream. Because he feels too big to just kill off too soon. Unless it's like, what's it called? I don't know. I don't think we're gonna do the whole Magatama stuff again, like with well, not Magatama, the Spirit Channeler stuff, like with Mia. I don't think we'll do that again, either. So we'll see. But yeah, he's dead now. So Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? The text on the floor means wardrobe in Russian. Ah, okay. That's what it means. Yeah. It mentioned... Yeah, I see. It's Russian. I see. Yeah, I mean, they mentioned it's Russian, but I see that's what it means. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? I guess we still got investigation, but alongside Susato. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of the incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is the spearhead of cultural development, the centre of the world in many ways. Oh, is the whole game going to be set in London then? We'll see. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then yeah, Kazuma pulled on Mia. I had a feeling something would happen to him. Like I mentioned last stream, I had a feeling something would happen to him. Like either he straight up just moves away to England by like he's just gone now, bye, or he dies. Since yeah, Mia parallels. But I don't know, it feels like at least Mia came back as a spirit. And obviously there was case we do play as her once. So we'll see. We'll see. I feel like Kazuma has some big brain thing going on with him. But we'll see. I don't think he died by accident. Well, obviously, but like I think he planned something. I don't know. If he would become a real lawyer, then Then what? Nothing. Forget it. Oh yeah, he mentioned last time about like at the end of the last case, but we didn't get to it. Kazuma-sama is... He was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Oh! Perhaps he thought he could do that with you. Maybe he was killed because of that. Like, it's like conspiracy stuff still. Yeah, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. Even that Kazuma's not dead. Because the cause of death is uncertain, so maybe Kazuma is still alive. The head killed him. Ha! Ha! It was darker than I've ever seen it before. I think he's still alive. I think he's still alive. I'm hedging my bets that he's still alive. Somehow. Because we don't know the cause of death yet. Because... well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they do give a post-mortem thing. We'll see. Susato-san, I'm sorry we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. Cause of death is cringe. Ha! That's exactly right. Yes. Word perfect, in fact. Last night, then. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. AI2's anniversary. I think I've seen like some fan art for that. I kind of... Maybe I'll play it after this game, because... Yeah, maybe after this game I'll play it. I'll see. I think I also read that AI2 doesn't really... You don't really need... As in, like, for the general plot, you don't need to have played AI1, apparently. I saw there's, like, some spoiler lock or something. Like, you have to answer a question in order to, like... So they put references to AI1 in the game. And if you didn't answer the question, they won't mention stuff like Date's face. And also, I think they also don't mention... I read they don't mention something to do with pewter as well. So, because that's partly thinking, like, how easy is it for someone to just watch AI2 without having played or watched AI1? Just something in my mind. But yeah, okay. Because I kind of want to do more story games. So maybe after this, these Attorney games, I'll play AI2. I see. I guess to be fair, it is a massive, massive spoiler. It is a massive, massive spoiler. So, yeah. I get why. When I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply, you didn't even stir when Kazuma-san was killed. Well, yeah. I mean, we already have our evidence that we are... Because the wardrobe becomes a locked room itself because of the keep out sign. So that's probably how we're gonna defend ourselves. But then it's like, sure, fine. We'll lay off you for a bit. And then we need to figure out what's happening here. I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do. What's the truth? If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. In JP, they are voiced by the same voice actor. Ah, I see. So it's more natural as well, I guess, in JP. I also saw something like recently, like for that new Detective Pikachu game, Moma's voice actor voices Pikachu in that game. If I'd only woke, yeah, wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Alright, there's something else going on then. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. Alright, come on, Sholmes. Help us. Or maybe he's going to be against us. We'll see. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why does this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma's killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hiya! Also, the end of... I see. So he's getting more work. I don't know who voiced him, but I see. Getting more work as well. What the? That was a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial art is that from? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? What you have achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in the court of law. Ah, I see. Present something conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of the awful crime. Yeah, it's the seal. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck on the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite right. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, locked room mystery, yeah. Because at least Rinosuke is in his own locked room in the wardrobe as well. So it's pretty much, yeah, he's fine. And then how would this work? I'm suspicious of Kazuma. I'm suspicious of Kazuma. I'm suspicious of him. And either that or the message wasn't written by Kazuma. But we haven't seen the body yet. Like, I'm just suspicious of him. He seems too big to be gone from the whole plot line. Unless like the whole ramifications of his death is felt for the rest of the game. We'll see. It's not a witch didn't do it, at least. I mean, the only magical element in Ace Attorney is with the investigation, and not the actual method of murder. At most, it's like, well, there's like one thing, but that's like it doesn't affect the method of the death, I guess. V3 Chapter 1 moment, ha. As well as Umineko, which is full of locked rooms. I can't remember if there was a locked room mystery in the other games or not, in the Ace Attorney ones. I don't remember. I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, how you said that he can't be dead because he's a big character. Not in that sense. More like just for him to have died off, and that's it. Like, I don't imagine there's gonna be spirit channeling in this game. Unless we get... I don't think so, no. I don't think there's spirit channeling in this game. Like with Maya. Who like pretty much brings back Mia every so often. As well as Paro. Yeah, Paro and Maya. Yeah, so... We'll see. Because at least she comes back every so often. Lack of evidence. I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does he think I am? A magician? That character... She shows up late. I mean, in Trucy. It's Trucy, right? Okay, I didn't mean that to be a pun. But Trucy from Apollo Justice. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. Pun not intended, pretty much. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you. So make sure you do nothing to disturb the crime scene. I don't want to be using your conjuring tricks. Using your conjuring to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigation in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Alright. Okay, we already conversed. Alright, let's examine them. Okay, yeah, you're here the whole time. Just like standing there. Alright, let's talk to you first then. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewmate makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true. I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime. Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have useful information though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yeah, of course not. Now back to the corner of the room and make silent. I see no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Okay, yeah, we've already done that by accident. I'm sure you're carefully by using BM, aren't you? Let's investigate all corners of the cabin. You can use the scroll wheel as well, so it works out. Suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Alright, we've got to go through this tutorial thing, but... Let's see, is this trophy? The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they're all toppled in the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Game is pretty much a Mr. Worldwide moment. I guess the Russian crewmates can speak Japanese. And I guess so far it seems apparently what's it called? Kazuma can speak Russian or write Russian, apparently. Plus obviously last case had English. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Well, he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole show has been ransacked and everything mowed down at once. I wonder if... Perhaps it was Kazuma doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps... it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage? I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books in the statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with this case, I wonder? It wasn't him who wrote it. In Ace Attorney 2. Yeah, I'm suspicious that it wasn't him who wrote it, honestly. I vaguely remember something like that, but I don't remember. I forgot what case and who involved it was. I vaguely recall that, though. As a Russian yourself, you laugh so hard on this case. Ha! Yeah, we're getting some... We're pretty much, yeah, worldwide edition. Like, I think, wasn't it like, for the most part, in Ace Attorney, it was mostly just, yeah, mostly just Japanese. I think it was. Well, Japanese, but then California Pan, whatever it's called, in the localization. There's a ringtone thing and Phoenix had amnesia. Oh right, I remember he had amnesia before, right? That was that the one with Furio Tiger? No. Was that amnesia? I don't remember. I forgot what case that was with amnesia. But yeah, it does feel like a Justice for All case. Justice for All. I think that was the game. Yeah, second. Japanifornia. That's it. Because the way these things have been, case 2-1, but con artist when Phoenix. That was it. Okay, that was it. The very. Oh, that's why. Right, the very first case, and it pretty much gives you a tutorial again because you forgot. I slightly remember that. I think with the second game, I remember obviously the last case. Was the Phantom Thief in 3 or 2? I think it was 2 as well. The last case, and the case with what was it called again? The big top. I didn't like that one. It wasn't really satisfying, that case, because it was. Oh yeah, my case was 2. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, with Pearl, and 3 was Circus. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the Circus case in that game. It just, I think it like with the culprit, it just didn't feel satisfying. And I think I vaguely remember the clown being annoying. Like, the clown was just annoying in that case. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with this case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. No! Why are you gonna mess with the... Okay, you were technically messing with the crime scene. Well, okay, sure. I guess it's just... These books are provided for the entertainment of whoever is occupying the cabin, I suppose. Nobody likes the Circus case. Yeah, I think it's like, if I remember correctly, it was just sad. The case, like, the finale was just sad. Like, it wasn't like, it wasn't like, energetic. It was just sad. Nobody expects the clowns. It was like, the culprit was Acro, the guy in the wheelchair, I think. And it was just sad. The case was just sad, I think, from what I remember feeling about it. These books are provided for the entertainment of whoever is occupying the cabin, I suppose. And they must be well looked after. You mustn't damage any of the ship's property. But it wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I think much better than lined up. I can't relax when things are in a mess. Yeah, I guess our standards of crime scene preservation aren't the best if we're leaving the books, if we clean up the books. Alright, what's... You go work on a video. Oh, sure, yeah, no probs. Good luck with the video. Alright, what's this? Warning, these are rules of passage for travel around the SS Beria. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Does Beria mean anything? Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. But how did he have his sword then? How did he have his sword? You just break the rules. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, we're a pet. I'm just thinking, are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Thanks, Susato. I can't decide. Burya means storm. Ah, SS Storm. Not the best, as in like, it's an ominous name to call a ship. I guess. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. But then the sword is here. That's Kazuma's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. That shows how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let this spirit just yet. Russian names moment. Okay, that's obviously his dinner. That's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat on the floor here? You have a cow named Moscowian. Ha! Nice pun. I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate a table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. So there was a struggle, it seems. There was a struggle. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. He spent more for me. Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma spent his last night on Earth with empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. And that's the knife from the meal. That's my dinner from... Okay, it was really tasty. I do wish these games had, like, fast-forward text. The actual name is Moskvich. Ah, I see. I see. Alright, come on. Alright, I wish the games had skip, but I guess they don't. Seiji. Oh, Segi. Ah, right, like, Segi no... I forgot. Like, Hero of Justice is a term used a lot in anime and stuff. Seigi no... something. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Most of it's... Oh, I see. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection on his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? You know, before you stowed away on this ship. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. Alright, the table. The thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of the... Is it... What? The table's not... Sure, Rinosuke. Alright, let's talk about our stowaway. It's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on the vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Yes. I see it. This way up in Japanese. But in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. Attention to detail. I guess we'll bring up the cloth, maybe. Because it is like... It's clear something happened. 2020 hindsight, pretty much. I was turned over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor here. Honestly, I think he'd have died inside that, to be honest. He just break his neck or something. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Alright, what's this glass? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever that thing was, it appears to be broken in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a Konono outfit. I'm not sure if that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? I don't see him being a type to. And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? A sort of like brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere in this cabin. Anything else to see? Not. Okay. How about this painting? The only escape would be the vent. The only escape would be the ventilation. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, it looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, it would be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so rain and spray don't find a way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. Suppose. Maybe that's it. Okay, so probably they vented then. Like, the only way to escape this room is venting. That's his bed. What's this banner thing? This is... Yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you think? Mean contraption? Oh, it's a bell. Okay, that's a bell then, yeah. I read that in a book I was studying, and he talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Oh, it's the customer service. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes. In the interest of cultural research, obviously. Alright, who's gonna come in? I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy. That's all. Alright, chair. The investigated 30, but I can't find anything out of the plate. Oh wait, whoops. That's the wardrobe we were in. Let's see this ink first. Thoroughly, but... Okay, I guess it counts just the words and not the ink bottle. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. I suppose he wrote the message by dipping his finger in spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments. Was he? Unless it's not actually Russian. No, never mind, no. I was gonna say, what if it isn't Russian? And it's like... English. But I don't think this is a character in this doesn't work in English. So I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Desk, then. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though the last entry is incomplete. This means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a viable clue. Hi-ya! I mean, we need to investigate Susato. That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright. I won't read it. Alright, we need to read it sometime to see his thoughts. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Oh. Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I've no idea who he is or how he got in here. He looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall. Now, Naruto-san, don't tell me... Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like the member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk to him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people when they're in a crosshair, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. I'm in handcuffs and under house arrest, not to mention Susato-san's constant glares. Fair to say I'm stuck in this cabin, for the time being at least. I should focus on investigating in here to see what I can find out. Let me check the sword first, though. I forgot to... Did we not check the sword? That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. Oh wait, we already did this. Something a mix between Edgeworth and Gumshoe. I was thinking he's like a mix between Emma and Gumshoe since he has technology, but I'll see. I don't know. Edgeworth, interesting. We'll see. Okay, yeah, I already did the sword, I forgot. I thought I didn't already do that. Alright, let's check the wardrobe. And then we'll talk to Shelms. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in the wardrobe the entire time, Naruto-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. Like, he must be bored as hell in the wardrobe, not gonna lie. Just, like, his back is just dead. Just sleeping in there. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. Alright, let's talk to Shelms now. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Yeah, because he has technology like Emma, so maybe. It's a mix of Gumshoe and her, I feel. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry, what do you see? Look, he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. No. He feels like someone's gonna be our rival. Ah, that's what you mean. I see. Maybe. Sorry. What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the burial ribbons occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. For content, not yet. We're doing the investigation portion, so nothing we can't lose right now. In the courtroom, maybe. We'll see if it gets any tough. But for now, we're fine. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Yeah, just form a revolution. Certainly, I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this, Kazuma. To Kazuma. What? And you're plotting a rebellion too. It's just shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way I... Holmes does have the charisma about him, at least. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. It's just ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you think of that? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at a scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduce yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. Have you seen this trailer? Not yet, no. I've seen, like, unless it's a different trailer, like a new one. I haven't seen it, no. Unless it was the one where they're following him. Is it the one where March is following him, or is that different? I didn't see the latest one. If there's a different one. I see. Yeah, I didn't see it yet. Then, so it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes. The very same, the inimitable, actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruto-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on then? We must ask him why he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. K-Corp, Honglu, Talisman, Sinclair, and 2 Spider-Bud egos for Ryoshu. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Let's try presenting. I think, like, there's a running joke of, like, presenting your, what's it called? Your, like, attorney badge. So let's see if he says anything about this. Mr. Sholmes, what do you make of this? Shh, quiet. When I'm ruminating in the course of my deductions, nothing must disturb my mind. Oh, sorry. Ah, an Indian curry, perhaps. What's he ruminating about? The lunch menu? Okay, never mind. He doesn't say anything about that. Let's talk to him first and then present him with the thing. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I'm none other than the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, well, I see. You're German? Sherlock, was it? No, I have no her. I mean I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. I wonder how that worked in the Japanese script. I guess there's still Shar. Like, I guess. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. So we can all read, you can read English then. Here it is, The Adventure of Sherlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you started to think you are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Maybe different spellings for kanji, maybe. Your inference is backwards. Backward. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? He's dead though, yeah. I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Oh wait, because of the... What? Maybe it was a snake then. Maybe a snake killed... Yeah, it must be a snake then. A snake killed Kazuma then. And like, the snake... Because like, okay, because we had the Golden Band entrance. The Golden Band... The Golden Band, sorry. The whatever band in the intro for the story. And that was a snake. So... Maybe Kazuma was killed by a snake then. That seems too obvious now. Well, I mean, that's the method. But we don't know who and why, so we'll see. Thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out if I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can you look at me in the eye and claim that? So you can see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. Alright, what about Kazuma then? Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none of them the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, getting entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Sherlock Sholmes, was on board. I really like him. I really like him. And the handcuffs seem to be excellent fit, Mr. Narhodo. Ah. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? 2 facts, you say? Were you okay. What was he just investigating? Well, actually, no, we'll do these first. Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What 2 facts were apparent to you when you came into the cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The 2 facts I deduced from a mere momentary glance on the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1. The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2. The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what makes you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Yeah, obviously Kazuma isn't Russian. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. That doesn't seem right. Something seems... Maybe we see it upside down, maybe. Nah, that's a D. I'm just seeing... Nah, it doesn't really work upside down, though. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left the dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find a native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Narhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. I think it's like... No, wait, no. I was gonna say it because like it's like slightly not wrong either, but I mean, I guess to be fair, we might, like, Naruhodo might be leading a justice revolution. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I'm sure you were in the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. If my memory serves, the outfit is the traditional dress of Russian people. Article uniforms are the traditional dress of Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim in the message, but I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been added to the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, don't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Ah yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Koheo? I don't know. I don't know what that word means. How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before the things you could about me, I mean? Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of the 16 part. Ah yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads... Ah. Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize the culprit of the crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape, although his tragedy was discovered. I don't think Bolshevik is Naruhodo in appearance anywhere close. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learnt to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all these particulars in the article. The deeds of the man has portrayed us thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? And this Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. As a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all of it as a matter of interest. All that is of matter of interest to me in its pages. I see no rubbish nearby. Okay, cool. I guess it's gonna come out soon then. And you may find the article in the back page interest as well. On the back, cast your eye over it sometimes. Interest takes you. Well, you may need some time to someone to interpret. All right, let's check it out first. Oh, okay. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. What's up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes? I guess, yeah, you could look into it anywhere, any time. There's a prince of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She's of course the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russia's names so hard to remember? It appeared the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Naruhodo-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside himself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Pavlova and the rival tiara. We've requested international assistance of all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to find out the response, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, cool. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't help to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Alright, we've done that already. What were you investigating? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Do you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. Oh, that's tea. He spilled some tea. We see the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes on the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. I could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? Well, thankfully someone's read it. It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely, this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. How are we talking now? But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters. I guess he can't read, but he can speak. And we can read precisely none. So what was that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madame. The final entry here in Kazuma's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 AM, I hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 AM. Looks like some sort of speckled band. Diving from the... Okay, yeah, it was a snake. He got killed by a snake. A speckled band. What on earth does that mean? There's no snakes in Japan. No, there has to be. I think. But I guess he never seen a snake in his life. Never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. Yeah, okay, yeah. Now a snake killed Kazuma. A snake killed him. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. If I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist would reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter, no? A Sherlock Holmes story that has a snake in it. Yeah, because we had the intro for this case start off with a passage from the Sherlock Holmes story with the speckled band, which is, yeah, a snake. Which we see is a snake. So it does seem to be whoever owns the snake is sus right away. You're the prime suspect in this matter, no? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Suspect, not culprit. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. No, not really. So, what were you looking at my knees before? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was the then and this is now. Yeah, he obviously said suspect, not culprit. So, yeah, he said so. Like, even he's not one to like instantly accuse someone. The prime suspect, but not the culprit. So he is open to us not being it. That is that. This is this. Ha. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. I think he's like an enigma, I guess. Either he is joking around, or he is the type that is gonna be like, "No, I'm joking. I'm actually serious." Etc. That type. Now, Huddle-san, what are you standing there for? You must go and investigate the cab next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... Hiya! Far Cry 6 meme. Ha. After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? He's gonna roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. Alright, so we're just gonna do it anyway. I think we still have some investigations to finish off here first, don't we? Will we have in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door? Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice. I mean, we're done already. Thanks to that so-called detective, I'm even more stuck inside this cabin than I was before. I suppose I'll just have to focus my efforts on investigating here. Alright, fine. There's still something else to find. Done this, done that. Oh, this thing? No. I guess we talk to the guy again, maybe. Oh, no, the door. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It is quite a small bolt, not particularly sturdy. This slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin. That's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel the tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from the outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. The door of this cabin frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Open, and there's an event like yeah. Double relic drops from SU. You get 2 per day. I already did all my farming for SU this week, so I need to use my stamina for it now instead of using the free ones, since I already did it. I already used them up this week. with the rewards, so I have to do that. I have to just use my stamina for double drops. Okay. Oh, nice. Look over here. There. The crewman. Do you mean he wasn't dead before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. It's you again. Yeah, it's you again. Is something wrong, Naruto-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Yeah, it's him. I've got his name, but him. Nobunaga? No. Nosunaga? I forgot his name. Excuse me, sir. Yes? What can I do for you? Yeah, it's him. I recognize that face, but it can't be. Yeah, he's coughing. Okay, so I guess there's like two policemen. Well, two investigators at a time. It's him and Sholmes. It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hosonaga, that's it. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship. Again? You seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. Perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Wait for the lady. What, the one from last case? If she shows up again, probably. Maybe she'll show up again in the future. Because he obviously wasn't sentenced. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Wait. Didn't they mention she'll be sent to Shanghai? Was it Shanghai? Yeah. What did they mention last case that they'd send her to Shanghai? I think it was Shanghai they mentioned? Or was it some other country, city? I don't remember. Ha! I can't remember. They mentioned where they would send. I forgot her name, but the English woman to. Was it Shanghai? Maybe I can't remember. What are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asoji-san's bodyguard. Oh. It was the Minister of Justice Jigogu who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asoji-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Okay. Yeah. I see. Assassinated? How could this even be a possibility? International relations going on. I guess. I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Yeah, this is definitely... It's really tight so far. Like, the whole, overarching plot is really tight. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asoji-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm on the cover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here. It's in his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asoji's son is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize, Inspector. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word. Alright, let's investigate. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been dealing with risks to the ship's safety. If you moved even a touch of the handle of the cabin door, unless we play as if we play as I've got her name, S. God, I'm bad with names. I really need time to remember names. The stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose. I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. I hope he doesn't die. He gives me vibes that he'll be killed. I like him. Please don't be killed. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. I did everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how... Oh, Susato, yeah. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. Presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? Yeah, we're still tutorial where they're telling us, you do this, you do that. You must have done it many times in your trial. Simply select present, yeah, sure, and choose some evidence that Inspector Hasenaga could use. So, evidence that'll give us a viable reason. Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Okay, yeah, we use a diary. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. The ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going to against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. I hope he doesn't die. I really like him. He's a really cool dude. After all, I failed to keep Asoji-san safe. That's the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can... Yeah. Move. Alright, let's see what we can do. I guess to be fair, this could be someone's first Ace Attorney game, so... I do get the tutorial stuff. The crime on the SS Buria. And a scene of the crime. Kazuma's occupying his cabin for a voyage to Britain, along with me as a stowaway. Alright, to the cabin area. 9th January, 7:48 a.m. SS Burya, first class cabin, passageway. Phew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-san was being sent on his study tour by the government. That's why he was being put in the first class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewmate keeping watch, and he looks enormous, and if he is sitting down. The next door leads to the second class accommodation, making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to shit by now. You've been at sea for 2 weeks already. I mean, he was inside the closet over time. I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard, and ever since then I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Alright, let's look around. Let's take a look at this first. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Though they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called. Cheese. It's made from milk of cows. Oh, right. I see. We don't know cheese. Cheese. I know what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap on your fingers. Really? But I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Ah, leftovers. Right. Poor you. I'll find a snack for you later. That's first class cabin number 1. That's our cabin. No, not our cabin, it's Kazuma-san's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin is in steerage number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? Alright, this is the fire alarm, probably. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasant shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. Probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship, and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, does I have to... What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. It's an emergency situation. Look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in a worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. This is ship map then. This looks like a plan of the SS Burya. It shows each ship, each deck. Look. The Burya is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull, with a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but... How is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't sink to the bottom of this ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth. Many, many times larger than the ship. They don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. I mean, don't they have boats there anyway? I guess to be fair, it's like the first like large-scale boat. There's a huge book on top of the table there. There's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You didn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruto-san. Even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Alright, let's talk to you. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask for something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Jeez. Oh. You never caught the sailor on a bad day, Shizato-san. I'm not Sailor. My mother gave me a name. I am Senior Crewman Biff Stroganoff. That sounds like a reference to something. That sounds like a reference. But I can't place it. I mean, obviously Stroganov, I guess. It's like a strong pun, maybe? But it sounds like another name. It sounds like a real name from something. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Alright. Mr. Stroganov, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in the finest part of the Burya steamship, for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens, traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganov is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Soji's currently occupied? Nah? Yeah. Suzato-san, do you understand that? It sounded like da. Oh, da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or, no. It's da. Yeah. Genius. It's da. It's not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there's somebody next door, a cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Alright, let's ask about the passenger. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asoji's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is a very important Western gentleman. Oh, beef stroganoff, that's it. That's it. That's what I was thinking about. That's it. I see. Yeah, that's it. A Western gentleman. So, what's this guy's name? Oops. Grimsby Roylott. Grimsby Royal? Oh no. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is an authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East islands. Ah, right. Yeah, I guess we're in these times. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I never once heard anything from the other next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right? That is not your business. Alright. And last night. Are you on watch here overtime, Seaman Stroganoff? Duh. Overtime. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at all? At the time, anything unusual? Heh. That's it. Yeah, that means no. Desato-san, do you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything wrong at the time? Nah. That's it. Nah. Right. Because I remember, like, there was, like, this creepypasta or, like, some cursed game or something. I think it was creepypasta or something. I don't know. It was like this weird urban legend, horror urban legend thing involving, like, a game or something. And it had, like, Felix the cat and, like, Net. But I forgot what it was exactly. It was like some creepypasta thing. You don't hear any strange noises or there is something these two sailors are hiding. I said no. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Yeah, he's lying, that's for sure. This is enough. I cannot say more now. H in Cyrillic is N in Latin, and X in Cyrillic is H in Latin. Ah, okay. I see. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area, staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when pigs fly. Is that actually a saying? Lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Like, yeah, pigs fly is a saying. Yeah, I know that one. So, like, it pretty much means never or unlikely. Like, super unlikely. So we share some letters but different spellings. Okay, it's an actual saying. I see. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate the area properly, shall we? Definitely. Alright, so now we can move to the other... Oh no, you have to look at the door first, I guess. Oops. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Intrusive thoughts. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that birdie scene would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Alright, let's check out here now. This is it. This is the cabin next door to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in the cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Knock, knock. I mean, Sholmes is inside, at least. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with the inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. It's a high-pitched scream. Must be a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes, I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. please. Wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? And how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I really like him. I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. I mean, just kick it anyway. Why not? 9th January, SS Buria, first class, cabin. Number 2. Oh, it's the guy. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This guy looks Russian to me. Is it him? The guy that who escaped? Whoops. A woman, don't be absurd. As you can see, there's a bit of me in this cabin. Oh! Oh, maybe... Oh, maybe it's Thing. Rasputin. I think maybe it's you. I think it's you then. It's not exactly like him, but I think it's you. You must be undercover. True, the old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now. Please excuse intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I'm the one only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. A revolutionary. I think it's the ballerina. My guess is this actually the ballerina? Or Roylott is covering for her? We'll see. No. I'm a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The manage that magazine like a business card. A detective. I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within a wardrobe this time. So I might be bold to ask you to open that small travelling case. What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Travelling inside of one's trunk? Don't look at me. I see, yeah, lots of things coming out, huh? Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Narhodor? Yes, the case just shook. Leave, now. Otherwise, I'll call the steward. Oh, I see. That's cool, I see. Yeah, I have a friend who's been really waiting for her. He's been waiting for her to finally get rerun. So... That's good then, if she's actually coming back. There's no doubt about it. Range Muscle Man is hiding something. But did he mention he's a British gentleman? Didn't the sailor mention he was a gentleman? A British guy? I don't remember. The strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clue before that burly sailor returns. Last night, then. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No. Oh, I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. Ah, this is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. The great detective could get someone with Mr. Roylott. Alright, fine. I guess no point talking. Let's just look around. What do you think you're doing? Ah! Fine. This is my cabin. Get out. Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No. Ah, what a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree. There may be someone else who can help. Yeah, Sholmes, let's go. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe while I was waiting. Awaiting for the inevitable time. But you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh! And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no actually, you're spot on, for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in the cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. Do you know what it is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Well, it would be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for Russians. Right. Can you imagine how a Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may as well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? So he's the best character in the franchise. I really like him so far. Like, if he's the detective character, I think he's like really gonna be. I think he's gonna be my favorite detective character for sure. in the series, I really like him so far. Like he's like an enigma. I really like him. I really don't think any of these things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right. And Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but once read, it's clear I have to mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh. I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you putting at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have made up my mind now. There could be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What? What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at the moment or less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Oh, Naruto-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Love you can deceive Mr. Sholmes. Even in a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I read about it countless times in the adventure of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. It's like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the colour is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow, but Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I do cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board on the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work for my deductions together. Okay, cool. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. Conclusion. Alright, this is cool. So, the dubious looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place. Oh my, this is cool. Is an enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. Showman. Yeah, I really like showman characters, like that is like had this like show-offy nature. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question that begged this is, why would you desire to rid yourself of that magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular, the fascinating front page article. Sean's actually genius, Source, trust me. He does have that vibe, like, he has like, is he like a facade, like, of being like dumb, or like, he's just like big brain. Which, it will appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification, Fivehead. The evidence that reveals your true nature is the article about the revolutionary. I don't think that's you, but I still feel it's the ballerina. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary, villain Bolshevik, flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. I love the twirls, I love it so much. Having noticed the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true ID is beyond a doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Conclusion, a revolutionary on the run. Topic 2, wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a prosperity to lead their eyes stray, you see. Ah. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits up before our very eyes. Yes, that travelling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps? One slight enough to fit therein? Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the travelling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'eau betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your travelling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, more stimulating article. If we return from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. I think it's actually her, I think. I think it's actually her though. I don't think it's the revolutionary. That concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Holmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different from somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Shelbs, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind... Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's this newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... These two men look nothing like each other. Ah yes, I recall our discussion earlier. At the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well, able to revolutionize his own appearance. It just looks so different. In fairness to Mr. Shelms, where it does look more like the man than you do. That's not the point. Another thing, the part of him adopting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old in that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. Pertinent. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain liveliness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it appeared to be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His attitude that cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention in his logic that seemed a little off. Your idea of a little, maybe a little off itself, Mrs. Zato. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. Just wondering, if we perhaps technically switch them for alternatives, what do you think? Switch some key words. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel we could do that. We are not the true genius of Mr. Shum's deductions. Precisely the thought that was going on in my head. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how many people put up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry, take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh, we're free. Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Is he gonna do pointing? Are we gonna just point now? Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. We're gonna be pointing. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. A revolutionary on the run. Okay, this makes investigations a lot more fun. Like, I think it's like, what's it called? Dubious Russian Mr. Roiler. Obviously, because I feel like in the other games, investigations for me were like, I mean, they're cool when we discover stuff, but like, it's always like, I can't wait to get to the courtroom. Like, I really want to get to the courtroom now. So it's like, this makes investigation segments a lot more spicy, especially with Sholmes. That's really good. So the dubious looking Russian, Mr. Roilo. Obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer is, of course, just staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you spot. Oh, I see the question marks. It's the newspaper I think he was going to cut. Would you really use shears to cut off like a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means I suppose the deduction is wrong? Let's try to switch a key word here, Naruhodo-san. See if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems fit the sense of Mr. Shum's deduction better. But let's see, we missed like 3 hours of this. Hey there. It's only, yeah, we're still in the investigation phase, but like, yeah, Kazuma's apparently dead. Kazuma is the victim in this case, and we're on the boat to the ship, the cruise, the ferry, the cruise to Great Britain. But now Kazuma's dead, and Naruhodo is a stowaway on board because Kazuma wanted us to come to Great Britain, but we don't really know why exactly either. He wanted us to come. Well, we don't really know his reasonings for some stuff. Then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in the last sentence. Exactly what Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Oh, I see. We have to use Mossad. Golden locks. Oh, this. Oh, yeah. It's the ballerina. What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how's it growing up from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. What have you got right here? I mean, okay, yeah, it's the golden locks. We know that.
Yes!
Oh, I see. Nice. Even Naruhodo gets to be extra. You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush, golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman, and judging from the length of sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Danganronpa argument. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would dare have suspected. No one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. You have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I didn't know the old man was a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Not strictly Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence is that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all. No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. Because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her ID. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. It's the back cover.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit a nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true ID is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. It's really Danganronpa, the gameplay and the effects, like non-stop debate. I see. How I see is that Sholmes makes it bad to teach Naruto ways of deduction. It feels like it does feel like that, like because otherwise, I guess either that or he needs. Sholmes really needs a Watson, or rather Wilson, I guess, in this case, to like tie him down. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But yeah, I could see that. He seems like the funny type to like intentionally play dumb sometimes. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. And topic 2. The kidnapping. Well, obviously, she's not inside the case. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of the crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to leave their eyes astray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. I think maybe there's a snake inside. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that travelling case. Okay, it's not the case then. This woman is the ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the travelling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix this great detective's mistake again. You need to look pleased, Naruto-san. He's enjoying it. He's enjoying it. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows that this woman is up to. Oh, the tiara. She stole the tiara? Who wouldn't enjoy it? Yeah. Like, what's it called? We had like that moment in the court case last time where he was getting excited to like expose the truth. Solid Snake hiding in the case. Ha. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are these real diamonds, don't you think? Oh, Naruto-san, try it on. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel I've seen it somewhere recently. Yeah, in the article. It's in the article.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. and if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Oh yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah. I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. I don't see how it links exactly with Kazuma's murder yet, though. Unless there's a snake somewhere. Alright, I'll tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. Come, let's not be hasty. You just wanna deduce more, huh? What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? What is in the case? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. 20,000 rubles is 40,000 yen, or 3,000 USD in modern times. Way more in time that this game is coming in. Yeah, it's just a lot. It's worth a lot, even back then, yeah. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I've laid eyes on them. Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de betrays you. Once again, we only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack of his deduction now. I think Mr. Show's adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. But there has to be another reason why she won't let her open her case. Must be somewhere in the same area. That's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agreed. It's the only answer. Oh, right, yeah, I see. So yeah, he's using his observation skills. Sholmes's, rather. So he does notice that stuff, like she's looking that way. Whatever she has hidden inside that case, she will be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookshelf. In the direction. What? The statue? Small picture. Oh, pets! Pets! These are the rules of passage for the travel aboard the SS Burya. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are strictly forbidden. It was exactly the same notice in our cabin too. It's pets, it's pets. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruto-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. Although I've been serving time for weeks now, have I? It's the pets. She has a pet snake.
Yes!
She has a pet snake. But then I don't know, it's too simple. It's too simple. Then, like, if what? Kazuma died in an accident. That seems too simple. I don't think she'd intentionally assassinate Kazuma either, so unless there's something more to her. But I don't think the game will make her a criminal. The criminal. We'll see. It seems too simple right now. The reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item will move of its own accord. You'll see, I actually dislike this case, but I like the twist at the end. I see. My guess is that Kazuma isn't dead. It just feels weird that he's dead. I mean, obviously there was Mia in the OG games, but like, it just feels weird that Kazuma is just dead. I can't imagine it. We'll see. This leaves... Have you watched JoJo? Yeah, I've watched JoJo. Part 1 to 6. This leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as the forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. Avdol. What about him? What, Magician's Red? Possession of prohibited animal. Deduction complete. Elementary. Alright, this is really cool. Oh, right. Yeah. After the first time happened, and then he came back. Yeah. Yeah. Right, that aspect. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Burya is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true ID, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intend to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet, to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you, about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from inside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they'd come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how'd you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I guess she has makeup and stuff, costume and stuff experience. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fast as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Are these two even talking about the same thing? I guess he's talking about he's still pretty upset that the door wasn't locked. So you can knock it down. There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say anything to the crew, your secret is safe with us, I assure you. When in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, the events of last night. Yes, alright, I'll tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something Mrs. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. My... Yeah, we couldn't be handcuffed for the cutscene. For the deduction aspect. I guess we're not gonna be the criminal the next case. Perhaps. Ah, your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say. It can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Yeah, it's your pet snake. Alright, nothing to examine here. That's a bow. Let me see. Don't touch. Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it. Oh, sorry. As you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around in a young lady's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. Alright, let's just talk then. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in a cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? As the steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry. But all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. So, running away then. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition? When you have the striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only as little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. Ah, I see, I see. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they've all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. Oh, the crew knows then. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... I mean, it's like, obviously the crew knows then. The crew knows then who she is. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Burya stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it. Oh, right. That makes sense. I see, I see. Of course. Oh, right, because 15 days without any stop. So, how is it, pray, that you came to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when he mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about the occupant of this cabin came aboard. Oh, yeah. The crew knows then, but, But it's not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspaper describes one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from heavens because I am an angel. Well, that's not convincing. Considering English is your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Jones once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Fine, your friend. Let's see it. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... When the burly Russians would best steer themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't we have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. Ha! You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it has satisfied the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's ID is closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Alright, I think it's the diary then. Speckled band. Let's bring it up. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 AM, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does this speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Yeah, you don't want to indict your pet. Knock, knock. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Oh, okay, never mind. The crew don't know. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please, don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out. The passenger said out. Or do you want me to throw you out? Ah, it looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. We can't check on the snake then. I don't know why they... I mean, it makes it obvious that it's a snake because we saw in the intro. So I don't know why they showed that intro in the first place with the Sherlock Holmes passage. Since it pretty much reveals this. I mean, I guess it's like there's no harm knowing. It's just that we need to find a way to get it exposed. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passage outside. To be continued. Okay, yeah, this is investigation part 2. Don't know where else we can go then, unless we meet the captain. Okay, yeah, this investigation took nearly 3 hours, so I don't imagine we'll be finishing up this case today. 9th January, SS Buria, first class cabin, passageway. I wish we had been thrown out like. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for quite a while longer. We never get past the sailor guarding the door. Clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where'd he go? Oh, yes, he completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrist. Alright, we have to just examine then. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Alright, I guess we just talk to you then, Mr. Stroganov. I really wish we'd have the chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? We want something? Mr. Beef. Maybe. You want me to throw you out again, Oh, no. Definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I'll show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruto-san. Guess we go back inside then. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our... Yeah, we've seen this already. Yeah, okay. I guess maybe we double check the log. I wonder if Inspector Hosnaga's managed to uncover any new clues. Okay, there it is. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Okay. Yeah, let's move back then. Oh, I see, move. Alright, back to Kazuma. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosanaga's unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? So you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Did you remember that he said allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. Lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Might have some new information for us. You never know. Well, where is he? Oh, there he is. Oh, you looking alright? Oh, he got punched. Jeez. Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash. He must have decided against throwing me overboard. There was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh? I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell what we found. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? It's not unrelated. Because angels don't go committing crimes, do they? Jeez. Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here. Try not to take my eyes off the job. Yeah, he got beaten up by the captain. Yeah. For letting us investigate the next room. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Angel doesn't commit crimes. Fallen angel. I don't think she committed it, but the snake is suspicious, for sure. Alright, what's the information you have? What is this new info you have, Inspector? It's this. The Burya's medical examination. Managed to obtain a report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma... So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken. Yes, it seems so. Yeah, it's a snake then. The snake wrapped around his neck and then killed him. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out no trace of poison in the system. Oh yeah, he got choked out by a snake. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact there are no signs of a wound may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. A snake, I guess. I see. It's a snake then. It has to be, but all the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Ah, I really like him. I really like him as well. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to leaving you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. The post-mortem report has been added. No poison or external injury. Alright, what about Sholmes then? Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he probably shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. Oh, this thing. When he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see? It's this, yeah. Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Shums know about shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-san was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red then? Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I didn't prepare them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Oh, I see. So maybe he like collapsed on the floor, dragging his foot. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asoji-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You're his friends. The truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Is there gas in the air or something? Yeah, that's shoe polish then. It really is just a beautiful color, this glass. Looks like whatever it was is broken, clean into. All is nowhere to be seen, and then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. Wait, what happened? Wait, I suppose it must be from Kazuma's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how could the detective be so sure it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Yeah, we've seen everything else here now. Let's talk to you then. You have anything to say? You, where'd you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I'll roll him into a bowl and throw him in a cold room. Phew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When you get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at Le Carnaval. That could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san. What else is of interest then? Double check here, maybe. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama? No. Okay. Guess the body again. Clearly these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. They spelled Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you're sleeping in there. To be truly unambiguous, that does just spell out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-san would have written his last words, all worded in Russian. Oh right, yeah, so then it's not just a snake then, fine. It's weird. It's basically the question of who did write it. Alright, I guess we just Maybe we go to another room now. Let's check the passageway again. Yeah, okay, there's nothing else to do. Ah. Look, Naruto-san. Seaman Stroganov is gone. Strong enough. The burly Russian soldier who's always crossing his arms and staring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-la-la, yeah. I did it on the Great Detective way. This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. We'll never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganov, not stringy knot. Alright, cool. Then let's move. Sholmes is there again, I guess. 9th January, SS Buria, first class, cabin, number 2. Oh, the clothes are back. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san... Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's no moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake, too. Not just for Kazuma. What do you mean? It can't be long until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruto-san, by ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. I mean, there's clothes here now. Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed in the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange composer to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend in there. No such luck. Alright, let's just go right to checking this. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. Pretty empty inside, but according to the Great Detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend she had to keep secret, because you're not allowed to bring animals on board. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? All the books have toppled over together, look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Was she really practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper. Not the moment in a fit of rage. Not everything bad happens on the series because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. That's obviously a water bottle. Oops. This is for feeding the pet. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Doesn't look like it's been dropped. Not like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship's gonna sink. No. You're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? To the bin? I suppose every kind of waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Now, Hodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go stifling through someone's rubbish, you know. Ah, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. Nothing. Nothing in here at all. Hardly anything. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Alright, these are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. How do you occupy this cabin for any time at all? That's true. I don't know what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem Miss Pavlova enjoys reading... books written in Russian. Thanks, I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Can't you remember that? Anything else then? The bag. This bag? Okay, not that bag then. Fine. The grill. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe it's so that there's a gas leak next door. Occupants cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. We got this bell again. It's a bell cord. I can't resist it. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate it in secret. Guess we just had to look at this again. Ah yes, they're disciplined in this cabin too. Look, the SS Breya's rules of passage. Must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep Konservaki's a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean... I wonder where her friend disappeared to now. Having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Strogan doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes, so do I. Anything else then? The waste bin, this already. The door? The cabin door is the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bow's drawn across, there's no way for anyone to enter the cabin from outside. Yeah, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across in its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from outside. Typical tutorial experience, click everything until it works. Pretty much, yeah. Just gonna see if there's some random thing I'm missing in the investigation portion. It seals up perfectly too. There's so many seawater coming in, so you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors, so I'm trying to see why they suspect me. This picture? No. I guess we just, maybe we... Anything else in the cabin? No, okay, there is something in there. There is something in there we're missing. There's something in there we're missing. So what then? This tea set? It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Ha! Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely excessively thirsty. I lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruto-san? Okay, that's the tea set. Let's see. There's nothing else that stands out. There's no other rotation we can do. We've done this, we've done that. Done this, done that. Like, where's the guy singing? Where's Sholmes? Double check this. Though the books provide occupying this cabin, now neatly arranged on a shelf. Very unthinking to dance around inside the cabin. Tell that to Miss Pavlova, not me. Well, anyway, I feel much better now we're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things aren't tidy. The vent we saw already. Connects to Cosmo's cabin. Maybe gas leak. Yeah. Yeah, that's the books. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see. I'm missing where else we check now. This bag is just a bag. It's nothing much. Let's see. I don't see. Let me think. Trying to find anything that stands out. Yeah, I don't see anything else that stands out. I don't see anything else. Like, it does tell me like what I've clicked already and what's flashing. So this is nothing on the court record to look. We got the shoe marking. I don't see. I don't see. I don't think I'm missing anything in the previous room. Let's double check. Maybe it's back in our room. Maybe go back to Kazuma's room. This music inspiring, yeah. Maybe it's in Kazuma's room then. Maybe the snake came out in Kazuma's room. Maybe it crawled through the vent. This ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. That's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. A speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed baffled as we were. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. There was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Alright, let's just maybe double check everything here. Maybe he wants me to check this room again. Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. Once free, I can hear a faint whistling sound. Yeah, looks like a speckled band. It's dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma summoned us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruto-san. We will. Yeah, we talked to everyone here. Check these books then, man. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin. Neatly arranged, yeah. If you remember. Yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You had to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior encounters leads to damage, but it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can relax when things are untidy. Oops, I did that already. Alright. I guess let's check the passageway again. Maybe the snake is here now. Maybe if we take this maybe. Trap for catching mice. Okay, we're gonna go through that again. Cold cheese. Okay, a snack. Oh, there you are, Sholmes. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next time, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-ya-la. I did it, the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? There were times, I'm sure you know, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. Chew. And through it all when there was no doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all when I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes. Ah! What is it? You want to fight him? Honestly, insulting a fellow when he's singing, I was about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured it as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. I think Sherlock Holmes knows Baritsu or something, like some kind of martial art. All right, I get the picture. How could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before you interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Ah, yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Something did happen, which is why... Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other page, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewmate oft stands sentry in the first class passageway. An almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. And even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now. We can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in this log. These are important details. I'll stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered into the court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is. I see. What makes Sholmes... Brilliant. Ow. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. You seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in your thoughts. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Is it like gas or something? We'll see. Let's check this then. Well, I think we go back inside then. Ah, what's that? Oh, emergency alarm. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessels sighted at quarter mile 4. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the? Also, one sec. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. Hi. I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Zelda-san, hold on to me. Alright. Zelda-san, are you alright? Are you hurt at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yeah, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Sorry if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga? Is that you, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Oh! Oh, that's why this... Oh! So something did happen last night. Yeah, we must have... Oh! Now, when the order of the events is off. Because... The order is off for the events then. Because... If Pavlova came on the ship after what's his face after Kazuma died, then it wouldn't make sense because the snake wouldn't be on board unless the assumption is, unless it's a red herring all along that that Pavlova's pet is a snake, and the snake is separate from... is a separate thing from Kazuma, maybe. As in, the snake is not her pet. It's just she has a pet, but not snake. But then the order of the events is wrong. But then, yeah, so then that means Kazuma was killed. The killer went in and out, and then did the finger stuff with the writing. They left, and then the door was unbolted, but then the ship was then Pavlova came on board the ship, but obviously when they had to like crash land, well, come to a halt, then the door was bolted. That makes sense then. Yeah, that makes sense then. Other than, why did she not fix her books then? We'll see, because yeah, it doesn't make sense if the reason the ship stops was because of her, but then there's no way, yeah, so it works out. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. And look at all the books. They're just like that they were before. That's why we have to fix the books in order to like get the books down. Aren't you gonna open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I know what awaited us on the other side of the cabin would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. I'm gonna meet to be continued. Alright, this is a 3-part. Well, it only took like 2 hours for the first part of the investigation, 1 hour for the second part. Alright, are we gonna be in court now? Or are we still investigating? No, investigation part 3, so... Yeah, we're still investigating. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Zato-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt. You, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report though. Oh, how did that happen? A dense fog outside, it's difficult to see them. It's almost thought we saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm and that's why he made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos, passengers are screaming, crews are running everywhere. The first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? I think it was Sholmes. I feel it was Sholmes. Like, Sholmes must have done it to prove to us, to show us that how the door closes. I think it was Sholmes. I think it must be Sholmes who did that for us. Ah, you wicked intruder. You dressed all in black. You're a devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when he came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I knew he did it. He's a criminal. It's not enough that he killed a man. Duh. And he's a stowaway as well. The vixen promises not to steal chickens. Do you believe? Ugh. Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are a devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Let me give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. Alright, cool. Now we're gonna move on to the court case. We can move on now. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we stuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We need to investigate in here to help understand what happened to... I don't know what that means, but okay. It's no use. He's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Alright, Mr. Biff. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you. Except show you the way to ship's prison cell. Oh, she said goodbye. I see. I see, goodbye. I see. Except show you way to ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and, well, enough. You are guilty. Ship's cell was only place fit for you. Come on, let's be someone. Some savior to rescue me from this crisis. It's gonna be Sholmes. Sholmes gonna show up again, isn't he? You've got yourself in a difficult situation here. Marrying this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch in the face would be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Oh! Hi. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes. Naturally, I was analyzing, well, weight of 20,000 rubles feels on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why were you hanging from the hook before then? Isn't it obvious? The property assessed the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. I was to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than the hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have limited all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all of your minds. For I'm about to review my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to this case. Nice, we got another one of these at least. Maybe. Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Now, we know already there's a trick, so a locked room mystery detective stories. Duh, locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have drawn across from the outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Yeah, Shelmus must have helped out with the false alarm. Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin, despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you, even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I can't even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in an act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazama-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 AM, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is a speckled band? The answer to that is a particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold. Yeah. What the? Oh, is that why you have the marks on your face? It'll get sillier every time they reuse it. I love it, honestly. I love like he's just ready to like fight someone. I love his animations a lot. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake. Isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, when you say. Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction, however. Stroganov is Giga Chad's ancestor. Ha. Do you think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness. Really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number 1. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number 2. The same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. She almost must be right. He's hit a nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mrs. Soji? It looks like he can't speak with the snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long thread in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Alright, here we go. So we'll see what he gets messed up, and then we'll fix it up. Intruders. Identity. Conclusion. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smacks with pain. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with that, but... And it's that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was that friend from which you boarded the vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Is it not then? It's not your pet. Maybe it's his pet. And yet, that fact leaves us in quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question is tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings does not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. There's nothing to do with me. Okay, she's hiding something. Oh, but it does. We have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you're trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's loud skin. Oh, is there 2 snakes? Evidently, out of the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No. I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in his cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side of the bridge, the serpent slithered into the victim's quarters. In a dim light, it appeared to the young man who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Alright, there's probably some... Is there 2 snakes in this then? Let's see. How Mr. Soji died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be described by terrible venom. I mean, yeah, okay, it's not, he got choked, but... Now, if you take that fact, we can reasonably imagine there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be... Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. The vestiges of the snake bite delivered by a terrifying friend. This makes no sense. It doesn't. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the traveling case. It wasn't the case? It wasn't the case? When we first met in the cabin, it came to my attention your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To... train? Indeed, you put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and stunned the bell cord, the creature needed only sink its fangs in once. And its venom will course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. It's not venom, but we know that for sure. We just told straight up in the report. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Miss Pavlova's trained her pet snake as a killing machine. Where on the floor you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Sholmes becomes such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Is that a saying? Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's in your mind? It's just, about your deduction before, some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink, you see. And humans are special in that we're the only ones who drink milk outside our species. Like, cows drink their own milk, sure, but they don't drink other animal milk. They don't go to the goats asking for milk. While humans are like, sure, I'll drink human milk, cow milk, goat milk, almond milk. I see, so it is a saying. I see. Not supposed to trade in milk using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some kind of a treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. So yes, I'm not sure it would be possible to say no to the snake by whistling. Wait, so snakes are deaf? Huh, never knew that. I never thought about that. I never thought about that. Snakes don't hear. Huh. But madame, what are the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more. Snakes use the scales of their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure if a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in the cabins. Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it could have come back without help. I mean, we know it's not a locked room because of the bolt. The bolt can move. There are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have been part of this. Then what's the speckled band? Now, come on, Naruto, help him. Come on, help him. Help him, Naruto. Ryunosuke. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruto. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for. Mr. Naruto. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrist again. What? You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really should leave them off. I'm honestly looking forward to these segments in the investigation parts now. Like, the courtroom is obviously the highlight, but these are really fun additions to the investigation. Since, yeah, as I mentioned, the investigation part just really feels like I want to go to the courtroom now. So it's nice they are spicing up the investigation aspect. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay, the intruder's identity is a snake. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrific events, your aching heart smacks with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma Summer's death is weighing heavily on her mind. You're not sure if Holmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Some other way to interpret her expression then. Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. Her wrist hurts? Oh! She got scratched. Oh, Naruto-san, look. That looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes!
I don't know what this is. Like this, what is this thing on his arm? I really like that. Like, what I don't know what it is, but it looks cool. That I don't know, arm guard, hand guard. I don't know. I really like it though. I don't know what this is though. When you recovers horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it's that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend from which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent that you see before us. Seems like the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws. No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? Okay, it's a red herring then. Should follow her gaze then, Narho-san. Then we'll find our answer. Oh, it's a cat. Alright, it's a cat. How did none of us guess cat? Like, we get rabbit, dog, chicken. I guess to be fair, cat makes sense. That also slipped my mind. Just a cat. Right, cats drink... Right, cats and milk. Right. Look at the photograph in his frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. I do feel... I don't know. I guess to be fair, we do have the evidence when it comes to how Kazuma died. So it's... like, it's a bit mixed in the sense that we don't see this clue before his deduction. But I guess at the same time, it's so we can discover it now. Because otherwise he just sounds stupid when it comes to, like, saying, oh, Kazuma died from a bite wound. Because we know he died from choking. So, I guess, to be fair, it does balance out. If it's stuff we already know, but it just feels like we're just treading the same ground over and over. This woman brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. You better take a closer look at this. It's a cat. It's a kitten.
Yes!
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of her hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Okay, yeah, the snake is a red herring. It seems. Darka is my friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations of the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markers do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. There's nothing to do with this. Oh, but it does. You have the answers to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you were trying, but failing to conceal. A snake's slouched skin. Alright, what is it then? Is it a toy? A cat toy? I don't know. She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would even known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shum's specialty. Ever so cleverly forced us to reveal something. That's what I'm supposed to see. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. It's both, probably. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that the skin of a snake. That's the skin of a... In which case, what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Alright, what the hell is it? Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but... What is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A piece of cloth of sort. And that looks like a handle at the end. It's a cat toy, yeah. Common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Cat toy.
Yes!
But how did... Okay, then someone must have choked him out then. Or a snake still killed him, but it's not her snake. The thing you're trying, but failing to conceal, is the cat toy. Precisely, in the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Okay, yeah, the intro is a red herring all along. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there could be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin. Ah, I see. That makes sense. I guess because she can still fit her arm through. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Cat. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. He must be caged once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Added to court record. Cool. Go for a while. Return later. Sure, no probs. Catch you whenever. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Wait, why didn't... So either he didn't... Kazuma didn't see it though. Then Darka, she's so naughty. So then whose snake is this? It's freaking Stroganov's snake. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would appear there are no visible signs of injury. Oh, that's why she's whistling to come back, yeah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. But Mr. Shum says it's true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere. That's right. He'd be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. His neck got fucked. Let's give the information he's missing now. I guess to be fair, he doesn't have the post-mortem report. Was certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. Past 2 a.m. Between 1 and 2 after... Yeah.
Yes!
Alright, take this. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed. The breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury's out, anyway. We have a good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be... Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the death ceased conclusively. Cosmo died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably Doctor didn't silently creep up behind Cosmo and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. The terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. A bad fall could explain it. Kazuma-sama, though, yeah. He was a clumsy man. We need to fix this deduction somehow. Explain what happened. I mean, the writing, I guess.
Yes!
Oh, we have points. What was the intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's follow the natural tradition of deduction. Don't even turn the truth hurts. Truth is you do not have a turn for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. Okay, we have a life system on this. Disease body. Was it what? Was he killed by throwing the bell at his neck and it just broke? I mean, I was going to see because he wrote something. How could he have? This mark?
Yes!
Shoe polish. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. Particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is the deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asoji's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asoji must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, oh, he tripped on the cat. Caught his neck against some immovable object and he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered in an instant. He lost his... No, not instantly. He wrote something, though. No. He tripped... So we... Well, so far it seems he tripped on a cat. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asoji lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. Oh, the Russian. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling... Not really. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But if that part of Mr. Chum's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she's just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. It must be here somewhere. Tiara? Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like a great detective. It's not a tiara. I mean, there's nothing else she's hiding. She doesn't own anything. The bucket? Oh, there's something in there. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying the cabin last night. Assuming there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, the other half of the... Okay, cool. We looked in there, but then it's like, oh, nothing much in there. Broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind playing tricks on you. Yeah, it's that...
Yes!
It's that bell thing. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that wastepaper basket. Ah. Have you ever fragment of some intricate glass object? It would seem one has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Soji's cabin. Mister. But like, we saw... Okay, I'm just gonna... Okay, because we looked at the wastepaper basket, but there was like, oh, not much inside. But like, at least tell us that. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the wastepaper basket in your cabin? Ah. Well, you're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? Is it... I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence that linking you to this bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be... That would be this, wasn't it? Yeah, it's Darka's bell.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly unauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absolute feline friend, Darka. Would there even be a court? I feel there has to be, because, like... I think there might be a court. There has to be a court. But, like... It doesn't feel conclusive yet. Like, what? He just died in an accident. Like, how did the bell smash his neck? It's not conclusive yet. We're still missing stuff. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Either that or this is like a different format they're doing. But I feel there should be a court case. Unless we're not going to do one in Hong Kong. Elementary. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had the time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say cats become very anxious and nervous in a new environment. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I hadn't read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals carry infectious diseases. It's precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. Unless he was already dead. It was very quiet. I was sure... No, never mind, no. He saw the speckled band. Never mind. Whoops. Never mind. I was sure. If someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darko always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly. Nothing but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling with Cosmo wrote was Miss Plover trying to retrieve her pet. Has of a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Are you winning? It's going alright. It's going well. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. For all for content, I lost one life, but I didn't die. I just did the wrong evidence. I had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... FUD. I don't think he just tripped and died though. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was just a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosmo was... From the appearance of the brown marks on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. So then he just smashed his neck on the floor. SS Buoy is a large vessel, even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Soldier was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. I don't think he's just dead by accident though. There is still something suspicious. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darko's nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Phone can't get up. Pretty much, apparently, but we'll see. Gracious, that cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Yeah, that's no wonder you have the marks on your face. Oh, didn't I say? Snake is my friend. His name is... Pirozuk. Wait, Pirozko? Pirozko? What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear birdie fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake, sure you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pirozko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him. What? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirozko eats mouses. big fat round mouses. Oh, okay, that makes the mouse trap then. Oh, so is that what the mouse trap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. He refuses to drink milk. I can't hear a whistle. I can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Perosco has nothing to do with this incident. Yes, a red herring all along, huh? So, that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Something seems missing. We don't even have a court case yet. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotaba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Alright, what you got going on, Sholmes? I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see, that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. Something feels off. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't put my finger on it. Yeah, because the writing. What's the point of the writing then if he just died instantly? It's the writing on the writing on the floor. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you're not finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did you do that? I see it's there on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Cousin was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom. I owe him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to the conclusion. Oh, so he was just fucking around for a while, and then it's like, let's get down to business. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. So, when he gets serious, he gets serious. The key to this discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in the cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we established in the first instance. But we've already established it, well, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten and had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. Evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. Possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. That proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. The photo.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in the photographic print. For over content, nah. I have. So far, it seems clear cut. If I make mistakes along the way, we'll see. There's no way that Mr. Soji could have left this mess on the floor. That script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed, it is. The word written means wardrobe. Yeah, okay, yeah. She almost was messing around saying that Kazuma is Russian. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian? It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Soji could have left this mess on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Oh, instant death. I missed that. Right. Yeah, he died instantly. Ah. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was clearly dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Soji's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if Miss Thomas was true. Literally Mia. What? So, Susato-san knows it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. I know if piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, in the cabin. I mean, the bell. It's the bell.
Yes!
For over content. The piece of the broken glass next to the mark on the floor. Edgeworth gave us an updated autopsy that she didn't die instantly. Oh, right. I see. I remember now. Alright. Because, yeah, there was, like, cases of Edgeworth being, like, low. It's not the full information, there's more. So, I see, that makes sense. Right. I mean, not makes sense, but, like, right. Because I remember there was cases like that, but I just don't remember. Yeah. Red on white. Yeah. Red, white, yeah. That's the glass bell. The kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So really have explanatory explanation. Where's the flaw in the logic? Him. Fortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? Is that really what? If that's really happened, why is the bell here? Oh, right. How did the bell get here? In this cabin. Yes. Remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that wastepaper basket? Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Soji died last night in the cabin, there was someone else in that room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up for her own guilt. Yeah. So she made it worse then. She made it worse. She made it much worse. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Soji's... You're wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? bulkhead was bolted shut from the inside. There was no way in or out. Oh yes. I mean, we know how it works now. The only person in the cabin when the young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would've. There's no way you could've left that message, to be precise about details. Would you mind? He's helping you! What's the problem? Forgive me, my dear fellow. He's helping you. As I was saying. The person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep there for the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Soji really died. But why would this person taking all the pieces away? Leaving half behind was going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single, small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast light up onto the floor here. There. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? It is interesting he has a voice for hold it. Like, they used to like not give like random characters who do that voices. Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of a strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. Really? Okay. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when the young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I gave my tooth. Yeah, he's just covering up. Well, this is all the most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How could you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yeah, it's impossible. Ugh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. We often tie thread around. Please, we talked about this. We don't need to go through it. Fred, are you stupid? Those bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are tight, watertight doors as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... How could he shift it on me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we couldn't see a trace of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the door from the outside. One does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Shomas means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, he did. He must have done it. He must have done the false alarm. The tell of the method is the books.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engineers are thrown into reverse... Engines. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes around the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, that's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects. Is there nothing Suzato-san doesn't know? Or is that, oh, that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books in the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah, it was very obvious just after the emergency stop the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout out if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia. Inertia. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Soji was killed? It locked by itself. The SS Burya made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. And all the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over. Just like Mr. Soji's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button on the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eye of his lookouts alone. Hence the placement of the number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. This sort of button? One is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. Yeah, okay, yeah, he did it. He made it clear. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to complete stop. And indeed, it did a little earlier today. So then why is... Oh! No, wait. Why is... I guess everyone's heads hurt because they hit their heads in their sleep. I guess, because of the emergency stop. Like, obviously, Ryunosuke hit his head inside the wardrobe. Maybe. That could be it. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure of that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts in the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider? Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asoji, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots. Burya is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What plots the theory that some emergency gripped the vessel last night? It's the captain's log.
Yes!
The ship's log. Seaman Stroganov. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Ah, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This will be where you record the details of the duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah, you rather carefully left it atop the little makeshift burrow in the passageway out there. But as a responsible passenger, we took it into our care of mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... duh. Because nothing happened. If nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 AM, something happened here aboard the SS Burya. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that a ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Distraction? It seems to have happened, but there is that headache thing that was going on. Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. You've all suffered with it. Ah. Oh, yes, I have had a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. He just banged his head. And the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. Everyone just banged their heads because the emergency stopped, maybe. I've already been dragged out of the wardrobe. Drug? I don't think it's a drug. I think everyone just got concussed. I think everyone just got concussion from the ship stopping and hitting their heads, maybe. When I wake up and all that was happening to me. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes, sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So, you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it. Oh! What? Is there drugs in the roast chicken? I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Oh, so there's some big conspiracy going on. Even more, like with the last case. My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? Kazuma... he's suspicious still. Kazuma is still suspicious. There's something off about this. This him dying by accident. He seems too composed to die like that. The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a sulfuric, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. Ah. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug? He was asleep when the ship stopped, so... Well, I mean, he was dead when the ship stopped. If he was dead. I don't know, Kazuma is just so suspicious. It just seems too weird for him to have died in an accident. It just seems too simple for him to have died like that. And then, obviously, Pavlova just covering it up just because she's guilty that her cat was escaped. We'll see. Also, I don't know. I'm getting deja vu for some reason, but there's no way I would have. I don't know. Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Oh, is it not? It's not drugs? Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a sulfuric drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Oh. Well, seaman. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there's been an inquiry for the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell you everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone together. Alright, I'm back. Hi. She threw everything away. Her fame in the ballet. Mother Russia. We want to help her angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh. We could not make old drug. How do you say? Dissolve. Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. Oh, I see. I see. So everyone, I see. It's a way to get. Oh, I see. Because no one knew we stopped over. No one knew we stopped. While all the passengers of the SS Beria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used that emergency stop trick to lock... Oh, to lock Kazuma's door. So it just works out that she was able to use that trick in the first place because they already had their plan set up to sneak her on board. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. There would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meals of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of sleeping drug. I guess, okay, so this is... I guess ships back in the... I guess ships also work just like you have dine-in room service for your food and not like, what's it called? A dining hall. I guess to be fair, they have tables here. Yeah, true. But what's it called? I ended up watching a bunch of like ferry videos, and some of them are like, yeah, don't bring your food to your cabin because the air ventilation sucks if you don't have a balcony, so your room is gonna smell of food for like a long time. So don't eat in your cabin just because it's gonna smell bad. But to be fair, we're like also in like 19 something, at least. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yeah, because they did at midnight, so who would be awake? Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with the cabin doors bolted away. Anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an entire stop in the early hours of the morning. I guess everyone likes chicken. The only case was Kazuma, who just doesn't like chicken. I guess to be fair, like, we're also in the past. Well, like, the passengers are like Russian, Japanese, and wherever they're stopping, I guess. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone left a message in Russian on the floor in order to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. Already the pinnacle of the case. Yeah, we're now at the point where, like, yeah, we know, like, we learned about the sleeping drugs in chicken, and obviously the other stuff. Okay, so I guess there is no courtroom for this case. We're literally just doing full investigation style. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. The only weird thing is that I can't imagine Kazuma just dying by accident. It seems too weird. Like, he just died by accident. Like, that's how he dies? Accident? Like, because we had... I am bad with names. The inspector, as a bodyguard, so there was fears of him being assassinated. So it feels weird that Kazuma just died in an accident. There's something funny going on. Oto had a busy night. But I don't know any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am Sailor, and Sailor doesn't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What? accusatory cry of guilt. Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. You can't hear it as a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular, to expose the truth. Okay, cool. Another one of these then, let's go. Welcome back. Welcome back. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two pervicators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Soji's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You were delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. I wonder if we're going to get these deduction moments during the actual trials though as well. Unless like, because this is going to be like a 6 hour long investigation gameplay. Or maybe the whole format of this game is different from what I'm expecting. Like maybe we get cases where it's just courtroom, or maybe we go back to the classic hybrid style next case. One thing I'll say is that every chapter is going to have at least one dance of deduction in it. Okay, nice. I really like it. It's so over the top. I love it. I love it. I love the dance of deduction stuff. It's so over the top. I love it. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Was it just someone else was there at the scene? Left ear, right ear? Why is your earring different? Oh. Ink stain. Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at this color too. It's clear where this came from. So it was you. It was you then. Haven't you? So you were covering up for Pavlova. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes. I don't know where the dirt comes from, this. So, nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform really is.
Yes!
The crime scene photo. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. The penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of the uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it could have been possible for you to stain your uniform in that way. This means you must have been present in the cabin, in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Burya do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. I mean, to be fair, I feel like if they went everything, well, more like covering up the scene of the crime. Because if Kazuma did die in an accident, but it's like, okay, we can't have. I mean, honestly, it probably would have been better just leave it as an accident. But then it's like, how does he trip and fall? But then it's like, cat. But then it's like, if the captain and the crew pretty much snuck her aboard, I feel they would have allowed her just to like have the cat in the first place. I don't think they would have cared by that point if they were already poisoning the guests. Biff, please, you must help me. I guess in the heat of the moment, I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. Even they snuck her on board, they should have just hidden her. My little one, my little furry. I mean, it's more like they already hid her as a Britishman, as a guy in the beard. So that was that, and also they wanted to give her good service, so they put her in the first class cabin. My little one, my little furry friend. I mean, and this guy owns a snake, so he's already sneaking animals on board. Everything that happens in the cabin is like Angel told you. The kitty escaped through the ventilator. Cutting the word furry soon. There. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Soji's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. I'm still suspicious about this. It feels weird that he just died. Like, Kazuma just died. Like, he snapped his neck and died. It feels a bit too suspicious. That is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cab next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That is when she went to look. No, Angel. No, Angel? Yeah, that tone. The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened in her after. It sounds so under-exaggerated. It just sounds so plain. Yeah, it just sounds so plain that he'd die in a series where deaths happen so extraordinarily. Just to have Kazuma die like that is weird. So I'm still suspicious. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asoji's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you, when Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked inside. I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Ja? Yeah. I forgot what it was again. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. Like, I'm suspicious that Kazuma just died. Either that or Kazuma. This is gonna sound silly because we haven't met the character yet, but I saw like what's it called? Images. Not spoilers or anything. This is just literally silly. This is literally silly. A silly idea. If Kazuma comes back as a zombie, and he's the prosecutor. That sounds a bit too silly. But we'll see. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. I remember watching a D&D stream where a guy was continuously tripping and losing his consciousness like 5 times in a row. Ha! Ha! Guess it just happens like that, huh? The most mundane thing happens and it's like, oh, well, I'm screwed. Alright, what's up, Sholmes? Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... What's unnatural here? If he tripped and fell and by some terrible stroke of luck broke his neck. Unnatural? I mean, it's the writing, of course, but... This?
Yes!
This word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma, so if we're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is in particular, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. It was originated by a culprit. I mean, to identify another point... Oh, I see. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing in your footing yourself. In my opinion, if you landed as the victim appeared to have down here, it'd have been most unnatural. I'm sure you reached the same conclusion. How thoughtful you are, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your gentle guidance. Why, because he's flat on his back? Terrible stroke of luck broke his neck. Which part of the photographic print is unnatural? Cat wrote it. I mean, if you fell down and broke your neck, he's a bit too flat.
Yes!
Must be here, sure. Okay, allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When nothing accrues, maybe you have to keep your eyes open. They were open. Oh, we must have fallen flat then. Sorry, I'll try that. What's unnatural about this? I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? The word written underneath his fingertips, surely. That particular cross detail was originated by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another point. I mean, if you fall forward, I guess... your hand wouldn't be clenched? Like, he's too flat on his back. Do you look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity? This should be an easy task. Why do I... If Kazuma tripped and fell and broke his neck, which part is the unnatural? I mean, yeah, if he fell flat. This shows how smart Smums actually is. First of many times, yeah. It's like he mentioned before that he was like just messing around as a distraction, until we get to Hong Kong or something. But then it's like now he cares because it's like Kazuma is our friend. What's wrong here then? Sholmes do a little trolling. Ha. I mean, if you fell flat and broke your neck, you would probably be like, you know, like Cecil in the Ghost Trick. Like you'll be like bent over. You wouldn't fall flat. If you fell flat, you wouldn't break your neck. You'd maybe hurt your chest. He's flat. Alright, that's not it then. Alright, it's not because he's flat then. I don't want to die here. This game has no skip function. So it's going to be asked to click through all this stuff. Yeah, we know. Please give me a skip function. If he tripped and fell, and by some terrible sort of luck broke his neck, what part of this... Oh! He'd at least try to... He tried to, like... If he tripped and fell, he tried to... use his hands to get up. So why is his other hand gripping?
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. Yeah, there's no... He's the one who grips. Ha! Ha! But yeah, Sholmes he's cool. I like him. I like him a lot. The same exact thought occurred to me. In a fall, one is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with the left hand clearly bowled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something. What's he gripping then? What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray tell, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madame. Would I keep you in suspense? Oh, her earring! I was wondering, like, why is one of her earrings, like, weird? This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty. What does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not sure. The crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Yeah, we know. She has such a petite ears among that beautiful hair, like a pink, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? When a game makes you snap your mind, yeah. Some class counter scores every test. Like that's why I really like mystery games, because it's like when everything comes together, it's like shit, damn, we got it. I really like that feeling for like mystery games. There's something attached to her ear. I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It really is tiny. Perhaps part of it's missing. Maybe it broke off. Now what's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear. I mean, isn't there ring earrings? If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. I guess she's so worried she just doesn't realize, huh?
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it in must have broken, I suppose. What? But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. Ah! I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asoji must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps in the moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asoji's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Soji do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazama? Ah. What did happen then? Because we have no basis for what happened. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Like, why would you kill Kazama? Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb into this huge ship, and then when I was at the last in his cabin, could relax after this horrible long day. I mean, Kazama's a nice guy. He wouldn't mind. But I guess he's panicking and like, oh shit, this person saw me. He has to die now. He saw my cat. He saw me. Kill him. And she panicked. We should just peek. Like, it's just sad then. It's like he died for no, like, he didn't even die for like a conspiracy reason. He died just because. Yeah. Can't cause him a fight though. Yeah, I'd say so. So then, like, unless Stroganov helped out and killed him, then yeah, yes, like my guy has a sword, a katana. So I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. So I'm still suspicious about Kazama. He's still suspicious. There's something off about this still. Like, he can't. No, maybe it's because Kazama is so cool from the last case. I can't imagine him dying so pathetically. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darko would not come back. Knock knock. Clunk. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? The Inspector? Oh. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. I see. Right, because I guess the Inspector comes and talks to him sometimes. Oh, okay, cool. I was worried that the Inspector would be the villain. I really like him, so I don't want him to be the villain. Please. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Yeah, Kazuma's a nice guy. So, the young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. So how did he die then? But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... He's a twist villain, probably. Please, I hope not. I like the Inspector. He's a cool guy. He's like a cool old guy. Well, he's... I would say like, maybe like 40, 50. Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you sung before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No. I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land far away know a Russian ballerina? Oh yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But, what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read your ballet company is performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. Okay, so she told him then. She didn't kill him to keep him silent. I see, so you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Just wake him up. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Oh, and then it happened. Everything at once. He just died because of panic then. Oh, that's sad then. That's just sad. Like, my guy just died. Like, not even part of a grand conspiracy. He just died. Like, not random, but like, yeah, he just died for no, like, big reason. Like, I mean, I guess to keep her, like, you know, she got worried and panicked, but like, it's not like a big conspiracy, like, say, the case with Dr. Wilson. There is something afoot with Dr. Wilson getting killed by that woman, English woman, forgot her name, but yeah. So, I don't know, I'm still suspicious. I feel there's something planned. There's some big plans going on with Kazuma still. Or either that, or it's gonna lead to some big worldwide political international strife because Kazuma died and he's meant to be the Japanese representative in Britain and now he's dead. We'll see. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Darko jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... oh, he tripped and fell. Oh no. As he turned around to look at me... oh! He tripped and what? I pushed him onto the bed. I don't even know why. That's how he died. Okay, so the bell... okay, I was thinking that she got the bell from Darka and smashed his neck. I don't think that would be enough force. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone. I mean, yeah, like, time to wake up, Naruhodo, to talk to him about it. I guess, or maybe he was gonna be like, don't worry, ma'am. I have a secret of my own. My friend in my wardrobe. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and fall on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. Looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... please, I have nowhere to go." I hope Kazuma comes back as a zombie. It just feels weird that he's dead. There's something off about it. It feels weird he's dead. So you decide to help. And that's when you arrange these things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And I found Stowaway. In wardrobe. Still sleeping. Probably come back as a ghost as you know who. As a ghost. Maybe. I mean, there was obviously Mia in the base games. The original trilogy. But, we'll see. So you worked out a plan. Like, at least when Mia died, it was because she was investigating a shady company. And then she got killed for that. But yeah. We'll see. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spinning to write on floor. I wrote that wardrobe, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Bria did indeed come to an emergency halt at little after 2 a.m. Whilst enticing the bolt on the cabin door side shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain you pushed him. Isn't that right? But wait, the captain stopped the boat for her. Or is the captain not in on it? But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? Yeah, wait, yeah. Unless there's one more twist. It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, shit. Ah. It's just unfortunate. Just some really bad words. I thought it was a friend of mine. Inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I mean, may I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? Oh, she's pissed. It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Soji really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? It's you. He wanted to bring you out the closet. I'm about to take it at that moment. He wanted you to confide in you because you're his best friend. Can we determine whither the man's gaze was directed? It's on his best friend. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for the entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked every night. And Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manners of truth. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned around away from his foot, what was exactly Kazuma looking at? The wardrobe.
Take that!
One sec. Sorry about that. Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... What is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Soji's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Soji intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure what Mr. Soji was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. She's pissed off. She's pissed. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. Just, yeah, to be fair, yeah, just damn her. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? This is sad. Like, guy is just dead, but it was no, like, big conspiracy reason or anything. He's just dead. And so at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Alright, so no courtroom case at all, then, for this case. No courtroom trial. 9th January, 7:14 PM, SS Buria, first class cabin, passageway. Oh, you're healed up now. What happened to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once she reached Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detectives can speak to the immigration office and solve all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia, then? No, I don't think so. I think she's gonna come back, I think, at some point, maybe. I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she'll be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganov? I want to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost your good friend. I'll go with Nina. I'll give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but I guess it's just, unless they just want to home in on the whole, like, his death is a waste sort of angle. So we'll see. It just feels weird that he's dead now. He's just dead. It's just weird. It just feels weird. My favorite character so far, Sholmes. Sholmes. Sholmes for sure. I really like him. I'd say Sholmes for sure. Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? So quick. It's Sholmes for sure. I like Ryunosuke, Naruhodo, and Kazuma, but Sholmes like just comes in and steals the show. Duh. Also, I think also Hosonaga. I like Hosonaga as well. Charisma level 80, pretty much. I need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. as much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the console to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. I feel like, Ryunosuke is going to take the place of Kazuma, I think. He'll take the place of him. It looks like my great study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together, how we tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Unless, like, I don't know, Kazuma's... Wait, they mentioned, like, how the soul lives on in the sword. Like how Kazuma's soul is also his sword. Metaphorically. So, I wonder if it's gonna be like... Kazuma's soul is still inside his katana. I could imagine them doing that, in all honesty. Oh, it looks like this game story is less court cases and more like actual storyline. It seems like there's like one big overarching plot, it seems, yeah. So far it seems we're really tight on having that sort of thing. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Ah. Chisato-san? Naruhodo-san. I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the strip tomorrow and all. Ah, I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Yeah. Sato-san... The thought that you killed a man who meant no harm to you is tormenting. That's for sure, yeah. Like, it's literally an accident. But, like, not in cold blood. It's like, damn. He had such grand ideas to visit Great Britain, so many dreams. And now, they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asoji safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. I mean, I feel like you should have just come on as a first-class passenger. Well, that's in hindsight, to be fair. Like, as a crew member, he's undercover. And also, he has access as a crew member across the ship. So, I guess it makes sense. But then it's like... I guess hindsight, you could have been a first-class passenger next door to Kazuma as a bodyguard. Then again, it'd be suspicious, like, random Japanese guy with that's not high class, is just there. Dreams of visiting England, so deaf. Ha! 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 Like, Danganronpa 2 Chapter 1. Kind of. I mean, what's it called? Teru... I mean, yeah, they were planning on killing someone. It's just that they killed the wrong guy. Pretty much. For Chapter 1. And it was, like... It was still a murder. That they did plan to kill someone. They just killed the wrong guy. I've let everyone down. And it was also premeditated. Like, it was conspiracy based. This is like pure accident. Well, not purely, but rush of the moment accident. And I'll do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now. At least... Huh? Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for the old time's sake, shall we say. You're a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny. Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. You got the guy who could perform a really good British accent instead. Danganronpa sounds really interesting now. Ha! The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. I mean, what use is she gonna be doing in England with him dead? Yeah, Danganronpa is really good. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be the one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Soji's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? I see, so we get forced into the lawyer role. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country would be little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Mrs. Zato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? You're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a whole month to study to learn why I must become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all that in 40 days? There's only one way to find out. They also summon a miniature meteorite. Meteorite in what? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. I guess it's like the spirit of Kazuma lives on, kind of thing. He was passionate about it. I can't let all passion just come to nothing. Anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I will have to. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? Ah, I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? I guess Hosonaga is gonna come to Britain to live with us as well. One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, no, no. It's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are old dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Zero Escape, Somnium Files. They ever can. They don't really involve Britain. They're both mystery games. They're both mystery games. They're both mystery games. So nothing to do with Britain though. Nothing to do with Britain. Give us yeah. Man, this is Ace Attorney. Ha. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character day with your own eyes. From the early hours of the morning until this very moment now. Where's the Steam wishlist page when you need it? Ha! Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite accusation of guilt, truly a trio of old time. This man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. It's his Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asoji clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it. Always. Ah. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come, yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. Can someone tell me what's going on? Well, pretty much. Well, to put it short. In the first case of the game, what's it called? Our main character, Naruhodo, was accused of murder, and then, we were helped by our best friend, Kazuma, on the side as well. And then, Kazuma was meant to go to Britain to study abroad, to study law abroad, because he wants to change the Japanese justice system. But then now it's like he got killed by accident, in an accident pretty much. And now it's like we're gonna take up his place to study abroad and like continue his will, pretty much, to put it really simply. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you two. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done something to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cat door was locked inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw. Do it. Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. Isn't this a skill one acquires without considerable training? Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. Where did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of ancient jujitsu techniques. Apparently it's called Suzato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am somewhat accomplished boxer. Alright, yeah, he boxes as well. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your wrestling throw. You're close to punching her. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed, and that is what you term the Suzato takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Suzato squash. I guess we end on a light note at least. Well, Kazuma's dead, but in my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. One sec. Give me a second. I'm back. Sorry. Karuma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Soji clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Rinosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wood to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to tell Due in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. Yeah, we still need to see what he's planning, but I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Let's go. End. Alright. So yeah, Kazuma's just dead now. I feel like something's gonna happen with Kazuma still. There's still be unless it's gonna be like, yeah, the case where his like spirit lives on through us. And so we just infer stuff to do with what's it called? Kazuma. we're going to Great Britain, yeah. We're going to Great Britain. The runaway room. Alright, we'll do this tomorrow then. So yeah, okay, it seems that it really is then, like, what's it called? 6 hours each case. So, we'll probably get this one done tomorrow. I'm streaming tomorrow, so I'm streaming this tomorrow as well, so on to the next... Yeah, I was expecting a court thing in the middle, but I guess investigation plus court will be the order of business here. But yeah, alright. We'll continue this next time then. Tomorrow. Alright, so it really is working like 6 hours then each, huh? So then it's gonna be 30 hours average playtime. So that works out. That tracks. Then that tracks. But yeah, looking forward to seeing where we go then. I was expecting Kazuma to die, but not to die in such bad circumstances. In a bad way, and just so in an accident of all things. Great stream and sad. It's just sad, like, what's it called? Nina killed her because she panicked, pretty much. And like, I think there's still a mystery surrounding the what's it called? The Russian revolutionary guy. Like, I feel like he's gonna come up at some point, unless it's a red herring. Like, by all means, the snake in this case was a red herring all along. Self-defense. It's not. I wouldn't really call it self-defense, but at the same time, we have no way to prove Kazuma. I mean, obviously we know, but like, in the moment. I mean, he wasn't gonna kill her though anyway, but it doesn't justify just killing someone. But yeah, what's it called? I feel like we're gonna see Nina again. If we're all going to England, well, Great Britain, we're gonna see her again. I'm like 50% sure. And then they mentioned, yeah, so we'll see how things develop for sure. And what else? So yeah, we'll stream this. What's up? Massive haiku back. So there is a second from the top. Ha. I don't think that would pull in court, but I guess someone has tried. Someone has tried that. Defense is a point. Imagine just getting not guilty just because, like, yeah, I needed this, don't worry. It's fine. That'd be, like, quite the defense. But yeah, I don't... This is the first case, I feel, ever that had no courtroom. There was, of course, like, Ace Attorney investigations with Edgeworth, but like, that's the whole game. The game is pretty much based around investigations. So this is the first time where it's pretty much just investigation and no courtroom. I was expecting like a courtroom inside the ship, but that'd probably be a bit too OTT. But yeah, all right. So next stop is London. Stream tomorrow of this as well, and Sunday I'll probably do Yu-Gi-Oh on Sunday. If I stream on Sunday, I'll probably do Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah, all right. Catch you next time. Bye bye for now. Oh, the defense lawyer. What's it? The medieval ace Macy's holding. Ha! Just let her off. Just let her off. But yeah, take care. Bye bye. Just theft. That's fine apparently. Bye bye.